voting today and also for all of the participants who have joined us through the Zoom webinar. We will begin very shortly, but before that we will watch together a video about CBMH milestone.
Udah. Iya udah Jepang, cuma kan ya Gadjah itu hidup sih biar dia nunggu gini, udah suruh isi OTS aja dulu kepala.
Ya, Cak, kata dokternya mereka baret. Mau tanya siapa nggak? Yang nggak pegang ya, katanya diisi dulu kita
gathered around by the humble means of technology. On behalf of the committee, I would like to welcome you all to the 20th anniversary of Center for Bioethics and Medical Humanities, or CBMH, Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing, Universitas Gadjah Mada. I think you will agree with me that in an average human being's lifespan, 20 years usually marks as time when one begins to spark and thrive. And I am proud to stand here with you today and look back on our journey together. We understand that an outstanding educational institution cannot be built overnight. The CPMH achievement was secured through the hard work and selfless devotion of many. Over the years, we are also fortunate to have the support from you all, our collaborators and friends, and we also do hope to carry on this tradition of excellence for many more society. I think this is a very noble dream from the champion that we have to take care in the future. And this achievement is also due to the long-term collaboration with all collaborators, like from Harvard University, Professor Byron and Professor Mary Jo, from Monash, Professor Paul Komisarov, and also Professor Beth Griffin from Washington of Seattle, and also Professor Dick Willem from AMC, Amsterdam Medical Center. I think we are very fortunate to have all these long-term collaborators, and also, I think we also delighted because we are appointed as the chair, the first UNESCO chair in bioethics in Asia Pacific region. I think this is the achievement of this long-term perseverance. Congratulate to all of us. And ladies and gentlemen, I think bioethics in the future would be flourishing. It is a new field that will expand quickly because it relates many science, life science, biotechnology, medicine, even politics, law, atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Rabbana taqabbal minna innaka antas samiul alim wa tub 'alaina innaka antat tawwabur rahim. Wa sallallahu alaihi wasallam Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Alhamdulillah. Amin. Amin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Provo. Ladies and gentlemen, that
definition about the bioethics, something like Sakhanov, Kusher, Nazim, Karahan, Widow, all gave similar, but the difference is that the multidisciplinary subject and the interdisciplinary subject here. also CRO, teaching material development. At that time, we used the Bernard van Leer program. International exchange in teaching bioethics and medical student is also have been worked at that time as a workshop. Collaboration with UNESCO Bioethics curriculum development for medical students also has been done by CBMH. So CBMH start with
experience could be recorded. That CBMH not only active in the national or regional level, but also in the international level, especially in the end of this year. CBMH was stated as UNESCO Chair in the university level. And
Public Health and Nursing, Gadjah Mada University. He is graduated from Faculty of Medicine, Gadjah Mada University in 1979, and then Doctor in Public Health from Yale University, 1991, and Primary Care Specialty, Pajajaran University in 2017. And primary care physician Vietnamese refugees camp in Galang Island, and lecturer Department of Public
the current incidents, how we find the incidents getting increased. We know that 61% in the 2025, it will be about 61%. And if you see from the globe, Indonesia is still in a higher mortality rate. So this is what oncology. And if we talk about try to filter the incidents, and we can see here the analysis shows that the cancer, and this is except the breast cancer. So we will see that how the incidence of the cancer is being analyzed, and they are the data. And also we try to filter in cancer the more and more incidents, and the economic filtered by economics point of view. And we hear that breast is on the top. And next we will follow about the incidents. That would be the three top cancer, and we can see that how the business in business. So the growth of the drugs here, the red dots, meaning that the acceleration growth, especially the anti-neoplasm, anti-anemia, thrombosis, it's still high. So there is a solution for the business that we can do the outcome between the patient's need and the healthcare providers. So what I'm going to say here, that we will provide a clinic inside the hospital which will serve better for the patients and also for the doctors, especially the oncology, to do on research. So for this filtering of the research, so we will know there is a glue that binds the oncologists. The glue that we will try to provide our own research, our own clinical trials, because as we know that filtering the new technology, most vendors prematurely provide the technology which don't show any significant value in the clinical. But objectively, if we do our own trial and we would select our own method for the importing the new technology, so there will be scientific and more medical logic for our own. So here, this is about the research. As we know that the research is very 0.1% is the government budget, and we can see that research is now being strengthening by having new rules, the undang-undang nomor 19. Yeah, this is about the new for the innovation. So by innovation, I try to correlate with the service to research. So service to research is our point. And here I have to show the time frame. And this is the academic role in the research. But on this opportunity, my concern is the research for the funding is a problem. So how will be the private sector could contribute the research funding? So there is a way for our own method to do on the private sectors combined with the government rules and the government hospitals. So the essential elements for the private research clinic, it has to be have the patient to pay directly to private research clinic, either out of pocket or through non-BPJS insurance, and in its own nursing relationship, officers and support staff, and also the profit share with the hospital. And here there's some advices that I like to add, because for the time limit, I just want to emphasize on the method that I try to apply is the research, service or research, then service in research, and also with the innovation, we will try to develop what we call innovation, and what we try to provide a research as our goal, and with the research we can provide better solution. And what about ethics? What does ethics matter in the research, in the technology, in business? So here I like to give some comments. The question we'd like to address that has been polarized into right or wrong, that is about black or white, and supposed to be the same piece that we have, like to our father, to our parents. Is it lawyer, teacher, doctor, government, even the Holy Bible is also it's being questioned. I like to take from the old Japanese phrase, manungso mengunduk wohing pakati. The right or wrong of man is consequence of his own conduct. We have actually not yet explored our sense of ethics at all. Even we felt it when we contemplated it. Then white became gray, as ethics tended to become gray, because we were not taught ethics at school, even in business school, even at the university. Then how do we value ethics? How you will reconcile your personal value in technology and research? Those are really tough things to think about. Technology makes the world better. It was a promise of interest in amazing exponential advances, while policymaker, social contact, and laws are linear, which follow and being left behind and no go back. It's a part of our life. Nowadays, we are encountered by autonomous technology, machine learning, or artificial intelligence. To make a good judgment, it is obvious, in contrast to prejudice, ethical dilemma starts when the computer program is decision maker, that based on data. What about the outcome of the composite data is a bias, and the reproduction has produced the same prejudice. The machine will automatically move on to make the bias production as AI or ML. Machine learning is for use to guide the process of decision making today. It is solely imperfect, of course. When statistical measurement is not good judgment to make a decision, all could help the complex algorithm, and almost every decision about technology usage now has ethical implication, as Professor Narto has mentioned. So, however, ethics should be the internal part of any guide in decision making whose decision is accountable. It is higher standard than the statistical accuracy, otherwise artificial intelligence would not get past simply. The insecurable data makes every decision should be considered in ethics, because the bottom line is that the technology does not have ethics. Artificial intelligence is a piece of human intelligence moving inside the machine. Humans should not become technology, but should use technology. Humans should not be subject, dominant, and forced by technology or AI or general intelligence. Where are we now? Again, I take the local collective wisdom of Japanese proverb that passed from generation to generation. That said, niat kerja ora golek perkara, niat golek rezeki ora golek rai, ora balapan, apa maneh ugal-ugalan. intention to do business is not to make problem, but an intention to seek fortune, not for the lookout, and also not for a contest, let alone for an insaneness. Let us set back to our ancient history of Homo erectus in Java. They use their parameter to make a decision. Our ancestors in their wildlife used to take an observation on their own environment year after year, decade by decade. They developed their hypothesis testing. They allowed for a broad deduction to develop their memory and cognition, improve their hunting weapons against their predators, explore other mammalians for domestication, and later transform as human, as Homo sapiens, who collectively defend themselves as human survival until today. Humans learn to make a decision that reduces the harm. Today, the decision making is getting ultimately increased and more complex. Though machine learning equipment is entirely produced in industry, machine learning is also generalization based on observation. That is called data, and giving the skill of machine learning application. That is why today we are in business of machine devices. That to be piloted as an industrial revolution, increase more information to be a big data, and the machine learning in artificial intelligence to make more decisions. So the technology involved should be, and a policy is a reforce together that will make the world better place, and not just today, but for all the next generation. So in research also, we are our principles, and we are and where are our values. Imagine that we are working in the hospital as a doctor, and we have been working according to ethics for our whole career. But what do we stand for research practice in biomedical, genetic research, and stem cell research? One on a daily basis, that will the ethics be our friend or our foe or a stranger? There will be rising questions to be responded in ethical issues. And some ideal doctors philosophically recognize and monitor our research work in the regular basis. Will it be discussed in the ethical matter in concordance with our knowledge, our skill, academic subject, and curriculum activities? There is an ethical challenge whether we avoid, ignore, or pretend the issue will go away. Ethics has to set up as community, not as an individual. This has to do with the human rights. It is an issue about the fairness, about loyalty, for respect, humility. These have been the project philosophical ethics in easy childhood character building. So here again, I try to get from the Japanese proverb that they say, "Ojo bedaake marang sopado podo," meaning I do not prejudice against mankind, but esteem the diversity. So ethics are moral principles that govern a person or groups of behavior, symptoms, moral code, morals, morality, value system, virtue, and also dictates of conscience. And I will take from the lesson that I learned from the CBMH, that ethics are concerned with the ethical questions that arise in the relationship relationship among life sciences, biotechnology, medicine, and medical ethics, politics, law, theology, and philosophy. It includes the study of values relating to the primary care and other branches of medicine. Bioethics refers to the four basic principles of healthcare ethics when evaluating the merits and difficulties of medical procedures. Ideally, for a medical practice to be considered ethical, must respect all four the principle of autonomy, justice, beneficence, and non-maleficence. And again here, added with one, this morning I learned with Pancasila. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Samuel. And all of you participants, please welcome to write down your question or comment on the chat box, please. Now we will have the second speaker, Dr. Dewi Mulyawati, with the title of Laboratory and Supporting Diagnostic Tool and Testing. It is your time, Dr. Dewi Mulyawati, and all will be together with you to hear, listening to your comment, and also listening to what your opinion about it. Once again, all the participants will discuss about the bioethical issues. What is the ethical challenges of this field? And also the second is what is needed from bioethics society to respond to ethical challenges that are posed in front of us by the speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, now it is time for Dr. Devi Mulyawati. Please.
Yeah. Thank you, the moderator, for the introduction. So, good morning for all participants. Firstly, I would like to thank the CBMH Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Gadjah Mada, to inviting me on behalf of Prodi Widya Husada, and I congratulate to the CBMH for the 20th anniversary today. So may I ask for the slide, please? Yeah. My task from the committee is recognizing current needs on calling for bioethics issues in healthcare services and bioethics. So since I come from the medical laboratory, so I'd like to share about medical laboratory perspective. Slide, please.
Please slide. Okay.
So, yeah. So if we talk about the medicine, today we focus on illness and more reactive and measure very few things, and it's population based. Yeah. And how about tomorrow? Tomorrow talk about focus on health. Yeah, proactive and measure many things, and it's more individual based. So the first question of my thoughts, yeah, in the medical laboratory fields that for health services, it is for patients, doctors, especially for the lab tests, laboratory tests, or for both. Yeah, this is the question frequently frequently asked for to us that the many people, stakeholders, also the doctors that they want to have their data. Yeah, patient want to have data. Also, doctors want to have patients' data, and also some of researcher also ask for the patient's data. So then next please. So we are facing now the precision medicine with a new paradigm. Yeah. Yesterday, if we look at the medical, that symptom base is the base of the intuition medicine, and for today, yeah, we talk about the evidence based medicine with the pattern based. And how about tomorrow? Yeah, we know that data in laboratory or in medical now is about big data, and the IT supported that big data to analyze. So we have many algorithm based. So this can enable us to more to give the precision medicine. So with the this big data analytics and also references database and enabling by the mobile platform, so all the information can communicate by the technologies to the patient and doctors. Next, please. And how about the data's impact on healthcare? Next. Data's impact throughout its step in the healthcare cycle. If you see on the slide, that from medical research to daily life to the patient experience and to ongoing care, and for predictive and also prevention. So if we see all the data, it's involved in many things in our medical field. Next, please. And now we have the electronic medical records. Started with paperless and basic EMR, and to the integrated EMR and interpretation, and so the EMR now with the big data can make an algorithm to knowledge management base. So the picture showed that all the stakeholders involved in producing the big data. So the question number 2 is, who owns your health data? So with this, we look at the Universal Declaration of Bioethics and Human Rights, UNESCO, that consent of patient is important. Patient has the right to withdraw their consent, and information should not be used or disclosed for purposes other than those for which it was consented to. So there are purposes that showed or that declared by this Universal Declaration of Bioethics and Human Rights from UNESCO. So next, please. The digital technology and future healthcare is another issues, is another challenge that we facing in the future. The question number 3 is, how does bioethics impact the delivery of digital healthcare? This is our question and also our thought in Prodia, how we deal with this situation with digital healthcare. Next, please. The digital transformation in Indonesia, according to the MTP Connect and Asia Link Business Mart 2020, that Indonesia is the largest and fastest growing internet economy in Southeast Asia, and there are 170 million internet users in Indonesia and growing. And investment in health innovation has grown also very fast, and there are now 318K health apps available globally on Google Play and Apple App Store. Yeah, and also digital health revenue in Indonesia are growing very rapid. Yeah. And next, please, the shifting to digital services from Indonesian Consumer Survey. This is the new survey post-COVID condition that from McKinsey that the using of the internet and also telemedicine for online fitness and wellness apps is growing, and the growth to use this intend to continue. Yeah, and according to Deloitte study on of healthcare consumer, that the adoption of virtual health is sharply rising, nearly double. So the telehealth and or virtual health now is rising. Next slide, please. Talk about the customer centric in digital era is enabled. It's enabled by technology, information technology. Yeah. So from the expectation from people, yeah, communities and clients, the organization and
Dr. Mulyawati, your 2 more minutes, your time.
Okay. For execution and for the ecosystem, the platform and interfaces is delivered for in an ecosystem. Yeah, and with the technology, we enable to do this. Next, please. How about the daily life today? We know all that the wearable devices is common now, and direct to consumer testing include the genetic testing in the developed country is now trending, and access to online medical information also it's very easy. Next, please. How about the science and technology, clinical procedure and digital tools for healthcare strategy? All the technology and science will impact to this healthcare strategy. So the question number 4, how does science and technology, which enabled by IT support clinical procedures for better outcomes in personalized service? Next, please. This is from our perspective. The value of clinical lab services in healthcare is about the provide information and services that contribute the maximizing the effective delivery of care today in today's complex healthcare system by assuring that the correct test is performed on the right person at the right time and producing accurate test result that enable providers to make the right diagnostic and therapeutic decisions using the right level of healthcare resources. So the question number 5, the last one, is can lab tests as an information and education also for promotion or campaign? That's all the question from us, from me, in terms of bioethics. So for the closing, this is the brief of bioethics principles. So the summary that respect patients' data and consent from patients are the key. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dewi Mulyawati. In order to make short the time, because we run out of the time, so we will, the next speaker will be Professor Dr. Hari Kusnanto. So it is your time, Professor Hari Kusnanto, to express or describe your opinion about the medical waste and environment. Please.
Thank you very much for unmuting me. Thank you, Romo Gus. First of all, I would like to congratulate CBMH, especially Prof. Sunarto and Prof. Yati, for the unwavering determination to build CBMH, I believe, more than 20 years ago. And now it's becoming the leader in Asia Pacific with UNESCO. May I share my slides? only a couple hundreds of them, meaning that it's very few. Okay. Well, I was given this topic, biomedical waste, and it's not very easy for me because I used to talk about biomedical waste in technicalities, and now I have to relate the biomedical waste to ethical issues. I think it's already read. Okay. Usually I focus my discussion on the disposal of waste, of biomedical waste is 20% or 10% or 20% among waste had to be disposed from a hospital or healthcare establishment. And I think we know about the principles and rules of disposing biomedical waste. And on the other side of the picture, we have clinical care with also its own principles and guidelines, clinical pathways, how to, first of all, do no harms and benefit to the patients and the communities. So both are well developed, but I believe that we still have an awareness gap relating the two parties because usually at the clinical care sites, we are not thinking about how the waste products have to be disposed safely. And I think not very many people think about how to substitute our materials in the clinics or hospitals with non-hazardous substance. How to reduce, minimize disposable items. Because we want to reuse, so we want to sterilize and autoclave. And when it becomes waste, we want to repurpose. For example, when we use incinerators and we can turn the ash, incinerator ash, to make bricks. So it becomes inert. It's not harmful anymore. And I think it's even very rarely that we think about pelletizing plastics. Or maybe it's technically not very simple to recover energy from our waste. But even with disposing the waste, I think we have problems with the scarcity of disposal system. Usually we classify biomedical waste into cytotoxic waste, including radioactive substance. And this, I think, already there are rules and principles for that on infectious waste and expiry date medicine. We have also principles to deal with blood bags and IV sets, plastic tubings, catheters, dressing, gloves, body parts. The problem is that we usually don't separate into specific bins for that. For sharps, I think, while looking in the laboratories, I used to use this type of sharps, and it should not be filled fully, only 2/3 of them. and it should be disposed. Okay, we have also infectious sharp waste, glass bottle, glass ampoules that should be thrown in or kept in a specific bins. And why we have to classify? Because there are means of disposing those types of waste. For infectious non-plastic waste, we can incinerate, and then the ash considered as biohazard, we can put it into the deep burial system. For sharps, infectious sharps, we usually autoclave, microwave, or chemical treatment. Usually we autoclave, and then it's still bulky, so we then carry to a waste disposal burial, landfill. For cytotoxic waste, it's dangerous, so we need a secure landfill. It should not be mixed with other wastes. So we have rules, principles in safe disposal, and we have rules and principles in providing care to patients. Our problem now, when we talk about ethics, is that what about the externalities, especially the cost? Yeah? That the consequences of healthcare activities, including the production of waste, affecting other parties without being reflected in the cost. So, especially poor people who are bearing the brunt of the waste, biomedical waste. They have to pay the cost of the externalities, because usually we incinerate or we dispose our waste not in the middle of cities. Usually we carry the waste to rural areas around where poor people live, like in Piungan, for example. So then the leachate ground will contaminate groundwater, and then poor people in the nearby community will have to be the victim of the consequences of water contamination. And what about the scavenger? If we dispose biomedical waste, or if we dispose waste in general, including heavy metals in Piungan, for example, and there are scavengers who try to find whatever materials with economical value for their income, and they are at risk for being contaminated or harmed by the waste materials. So those people, I think ethically, it's unfair that those people have the most severe consequences of waste produced by hospital or healthcare establishments. So that's, I think, what we have to think about biomedical ethics in relation with biomedical waste. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Hari Kusnanto, who talk about medical waste and environment, which is for us, there are many problems, bioethical problem especially. Now, ladies and gentlemen, now time for discussion. Many of you already write in the dashboard. So please come. Okay. Now the first question is from Dr. Ignatius Joko Sarjono. Speaking about ethics, recently we are shocking by bad news in visual media that there were many people come, some of whom were in obgyn medical doctor and nurses who were in charging or involving in the illegal abortion in Jakarta for sufficiently long years. My question is, how would be this CBMH would propose an idea for preventing the people who works as professional health worker, especially doctor and nurses, for getting rid of this unethical manner? I don't know to whom this question is posed.
Oh ya, wait.
Kemarin.
Ini aja. Kata orang-orang yang nonton kecil suaranya.
Wow.
Ini nonton suara kita ya?
Excuse me, maybe because nobody can would like to answer, I will myself answer this question. Certainly, there are many unethical practices in many of the healthcare services, but once again, we have to remember what is the Hippocratic oath that every medical doctor has already said in the. One of them for us, for example, in the sumpah dokter yang kita punya dari ini salah satunya ialah respect human being from the beginning, from the conception. So that Professor Sunarto already talked about respect for others. It means not only respecting for those who are alive, but also the not yet alive, according to the principle of the Sumpah Hippocrates, the Hippocratic Oath. And certainly, we are working very hard to educate all the medical doctors here, especially in many places, also in Gadjah Mada University, that all the medical doctors will commit themselves for their professional oath, in which all the professional healthcare already has been everybody has been in the oath of Hippocratic oath. Okay. Next question, because we have only 15 minutes for. No more. Maybe one opportunity if anybody want to ask something about the bioethical question regarding our theme for today is about healthcare policy and business, about laboratory interpreting diagnostic tool and testing, and also medical waste and environment. Anybody? Oh yes.
Can I answer the question?
Here, so that everybody will see.
We have three great speakers, Dr. Samuel, and then Dr. Dewi Mulyati, and Professor Hari Kusnanto. I have maybe questions for all of three of you. This is about, we have what we call it translational research. And then Dr. Dewi Mulyati have biobank, which I think very rich and very valuable for research. That also mentioned by Dr. Samuel, that research, innovation, treatment for cancer is highly needed. And how can we make kind of synergy and collaboration under this under our Indonesian situation right now? then we can put this collaboration as our highly priority to help and to make the best for our population, the best for the benefit for our community, but also ethically, maybe according to the genetics, that will be more precise for the points that mentioned by Dr. Samuel. So can we make kind of statement together between business, hospital, but also services, especially in health, can be used maximally for the benefit of our community. Because maybe also ethical, looking for the beneficial, but of course we put the highly point in what Dr. Devi mentioned about what you call it, they have their own ethical clearance and informed consent for their samples. So we put this as our high ethical value, but in another side, it should be benefit for all of the population. So this is my question.
Okay, who will be the first to? Prof Yati also. Okay, after two questions, it will be. I will pass for the speaker to answer this question. Yes, please.
Thank you very much for three speakers, and I would like to raise a question to Dr. Devi Mulyawati. You mentioned about informed consent, and what is your experience in facing this for the lab result with researchers, and also if there are no researcher or requests for certain consent, do you also use consent, and what is the purpose? I mean, if there are no certain projects or research or collaboration just for examining the lab substances. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Because Prof Yati asking to Dr. Devi Mulyawati, could you be the first speaker to answer?
Yes, thank you, moderator. For the suggestion or idea from Prof. Sofia Mubarika, Prof. Rika, thanks to acknowledge the private sectors, and we glad to have collaboration in the future for research and also in terms of the CBMH. Yeah. Excuse us that we don't have any biobank now, but we collect samples from many researchers from Faculty of Medicine that the doctors make research with us. Yeah. We now collaborate with almost 40 Faculty of Medicine in Indonesia that we support the research from the members of Faculty of Medicine, the doctors for specialists or master and doctor degree. And for answering the question of Prof. Yati that in terms of informed consent, we ask for patient to consent to before testing, yeah, especially now in the COVID pandemic, that all the patient has to fill the consent to for the examination, yeah, for the PCR and also for serology, and many research in Prodia that we supported. All the samples, yeah, the specimens has consent for this. So this is important also for ethics committee to clear the research.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And the next, Dr. Samuel, please. Please unmute.
Thank you, Professor Mubarika, for raising the questions. I'd like to again appreciate for the role of Gadjah Mada, especially the bioethics who initiated having these courses, and it will inspire us to start the research with the ethics consideration. But firstly, I have to tell you that in my concept this morning is a model which called service for research. I'm working as a two legs. Yeah, one is in a government hospital, another one in private. So what I'm learning so far is how to manage a good service for the patient safety, and also the quality of service. So this model is problem is with the funding. The funding is how that we can get funding for research. It is so difficult among the hospital in Jakarta. Mostly the big hospital, if we say about research, they are very sensitive. But the research is the solution. That's for my my opinion, that research will is a bridge for the private sectors to do on the to get the opportunity in business, but we have to control that. So about the funding, we are trying that the government has already offered a new regulation. It's called Undang-Undang Nomor 11 2019 about innovation. So anything innovation is translational research. The research is based on the basic research is an invention. So innovation is for translational research. Anywhere, anytime, any place. Yeah, Professor Mubarika always motivated us about the translational research, and I agree with that. So I'm very interested if we are having a national-based collaboration on research, and that will be very fruitful for our doctors, because doctors is not just follows, and also they are being not being the participant of the progress or the innovation or the future of our medical and our economy. So I think here is my offer, and also my idea to have that concept, research, a service for research concept. So maybe it is something that I'm still in that model is being tried, and in a year we will evaluate how can we done with this. And we are working also with the international basis, with the international academic centers to work with this, and especially for the transitional and about the funding. Maybe this is my opinion that we agree that the research and let's say about the bioethics value, and that's why that we like for all the participants in research, the member of research, to take a course on the bioethics. So I think the CBMH could spread the knowledge and also the courses to most of the researchers. So we invite also in Jakarta that the courses could be joined, especially in this situation, the COVID-19. I think it's easier to join with these courses. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Samuel. And then now it's your turn, Professor Hari Kusnanto.
Thank you very much. I have two questions. First from Mbak Tiwi. I know her as Mbak Tiwi. How the biomedical waste is dealt with in hospitals or healthcare establishments. And actually, most of the cases, hospital will keep the waste in a safe place, I mean biohazard waste, and then collected by commercial hazardous management company to be disposed according to the law. There is law and regulations about the disposal of biohazard waste. However, because we have a lot of hospital and small healthcare providers, I think it is very difficult to control that the practice according to the rules or law could be upheld. So there are, of course, deviation from the good practice. And that is, I think it's very difficult still to control how the biomedical waste or hazardous waste would be separated from domestic waste or other types of solid waste. I think my opinion and from my experience, some of them, although at the household level, for example, well, my experience, even my office in Pusat Studi Lingkungan Hidup in Environmental Study Center, we already separate the waste, but when it is transported in the GM waste disposal in Kalasan, it's mixed and then it's separated on site. So we don't have a very good system, at least in disposing according to the law regulation. So supervision is not very strong like in other practices here in Indonesia, and I think it's a challenge not only bioethics but of law and regulations. Similar question from Mas Joko. How to make sure that hazardous waste is not harming the poor people. And this is the same challenge that we have to make sure that the law, that the system, the waste disposal system is implemented according to the law and regulations. And I don't know, I don't have a good answer for that because it's about implementation of rules and regulations. So I think it's a big challenge here in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Hari Kusnanto. And now it is the last question from Dr. Budiono Santoso. It is worrying to see negative attitude from many people when the University Airlangga team undertake clinical trial for medicine combination from new indication of COVID-19. Now, effective medicine have been well documented with truth evidence. The world is struggling to look for the new combination. The initiative from UNAIR should be highly appreciated rather than negated due to the dogmatism and idiosyncratic doctrine. I don't know to whom this question is posed, but any one of you, of the speaker, please, if you want to answer this question.
May I give some comment?
Okay, please.
Yeah. Well, I think this is what we are discussing today about the initiative of the doctors, of the clinician, of the scientists from Indonesia to speak up that we have our own resources, and we are also now having the new rules, the new regulations as mentioned on that for innovation. Innovation means initiative, meaning also a creative. So anything to do with that, I think we have to learn that we have to appreciate. This is back to about the bioethics, about the how to respect, being fair, being negative attitude is not good, but we open for debate to get a solution. So I think this is motivated by my concern that for our future, especially now when we have a COVID-19, this is a breakthrough opportunity for us to speak up, because we are the fourth majority. I mean, the fourth population in the world. We are having a lot of people, and we have patients. Now we are having our rights, our own rights to create, to initiate our own resources. I think I will support, and I think with concerning with bioethics, I think this is something something that we have to sit down and to talk and with our own scientists and our own doctors. That's my opinion.
Thank you, Dr. Samuel. Is there anybody, whether Dr. Devi or
may I make comments on this?
Yes.
I think I agree very much to Dr. Budiono Santoso, a pharmacologist with in the past high position in WHO, but not because of that. I agree with him very much, but I see that in clinical trials we have replication crisis. There are heterogeneity of the results of clinical trials. So if we have to wait until we find good medication and unanimously respected by other parties, I think it's almost impossible in the near future. So we have to try and look, because of heterogeneity of the results, and we have to question the practice of clinical trials now, especially in the crisis facing COVID pandemic. So anything with possible good results should be tried, I think. And it is not in an empty space, because we will observe the temporary effects or the effects of the drugs. If it is more harm than good, then I think the doctors will stop giving the drugs. So it's not unethical to try the combinations of medications which has been under clinical trials by UNEP. So I agree that a lot of critics unfounded, especially from my friend epidemiologist from a reputable university. I'm also an epidemiologist, but I think it's good to try the combination of medications under trial now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And may I give a short comments on this, Prof?
Yes, please.
Yeah, short comments from me that every idea is an experiment rather than we do nothing. So we can explore the idea into the experiments or clinical trial. Thank you, Prof.
Okay, thank you very much. And maybe I will comment a little bit about this hot issue about this. From point of view of bioethics is certainly there is a rule for clinical trial if it is in the normal situation. But now we are facing emergency situation in which like in the emergency room, there are many things that can bypass. For example, about the informed consent, which is usually very important for service, but because it is in the emergency room, in the situation of emergency, it can be bypassed. So, all the phases of the clinical trial, the end of this is about saving life. The final criteria for this is about the saving life. So now the question is, in the situation of critical situation, something like this that we have, so any possibilities that can save life should be appreciated. Certainly, for example, in the case of UNER, certainly it must be monitored in such a way that there will be the side effect, etc., etc. But because there is no medicine or no other thing that can cure this illness, so now everything that is possible, it can be ethically used. Otherwise, we will waste human life. In case if there are already some medication, so certainly everything has to be followed in clinical trial. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we are running up of the time. So, thank you very much for all the three speakers. Applause for them. And you are all talking about something which is very interesting, also inspiring for future research and also future discussion. So once again, thank you very much and have a good day for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Romokus. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we will move on to the next segment, which is another panel discussion entitled Recognizing Current Needs and Calling for Bioethics Issues in Translational Health Research and Innovation. But before we proceed, I would like to remind you for all the participants online to please write down your comments or questions in the chat box below. And also, before that, we also would like to welcome our Bioethics Extended Family at Department of Medical Education and Bioethics, Universitas Gadjah Mada. The head of department, Dr. Mora Claramita, Master of Health Profession Education, PhD, Dr. Titi Safitri Prihatiningsih, Master of Medical Education, PhD, and Dr. Hikmawati Rahmanti, MSc. Welcome, and we hope that you can stay tuned and stay until the end of this event. And those of you who have written down comments and questions in the chat box but are still unread, we will raise them up on the next discussion session. All right, I would like to introduce our moderator for the next session, which is Dr. Jarir Atobari, Diploma in Pharmacy, PhD, Universitas Gadjah Mada. He is an alumnus of the Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Gadjah Mada. He holds a master's degree in Hospital Management, University of New South Wales, Australia, and also a doctorate degree at Department of Pharmacoepidemiology, Pharmacoeconomy, and Pharmacotherapy from the Groningen University Institute for Drugs Exploration, Groningen University, the Netherlands. Dr. Jarir?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
I will hand over the session to you whenever you're ready.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, MC, for introducing myself, and welcome everybody to the next session. First of all, I like to welcome to all the speakers and also the participant in the next topics. I think this topic will be more interesting because we already have some discussion related to these topics. First, I like to congratulate for Center of Bioethics and Medical Humanities for 20th anniversary. and I hope that the center will be more prosperous for the next decade. So in the next panel, we will discuss about recognizing current needs and calling for bioethics, especially on the issue of health research and innovation during this pandemic, COVID-19. So we there are two questions we're going to discuss during the panel. The first about what are the ethical considerations in the planning, research, and implementing the health technology in the pandemic era. And then the second, we're going to discuss about what are the ethical considerations in the public health decision uh, making policy related to the pandemic COVID-19. So there are some speakers in this session. Our first speaker will be Professor Dr. Tri Wibawa, PhD, Specialist Microbiology Clinic. And he is actually head of the Department of Microbiology and also member of Ethical Committee for Health Sciences, Faculty Medicine, Public Health and Nursing, UGM, and Sajito Hospital. So we also will join with us Professor Sofia Mubarika. He's a professor in the Department of Histology. She's doing a lot of research related to the oncology and genetic. She's also a member of Dewan Riset Nasional, especially for Health and Drugs Commission in 2006 and 2012, and a member of Akademi Ilmu Pengetahuan Indonesia, and now she's a member of Center Bioethics and Medical Humanities. Professor Sofia Mubarika will join with us during discussion. And you know that Professor Tri and Professor Sofia Mubarika, at this moment, they are doing research and creating a rapid test for COVID-19 that they call RIGA. And now I like to invite Professor Tri to give presentation about ethical issue in health research and innovation, and also related to the rapid test of RIGA. The times is your Professor Tri is around 15 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Ceril. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to congratulate CBMH, especially for Prof. Sunarto and Prof. Yati, the founder of this prestigious Center of Excellence in UGM. And then, of course, it is going to be inspired technology in our university and also other university. Yeah. And then here I'm representing the team that actually led by Professor Sofia Mubarika, as it is mentioned already by Dr. Ceril. We are working with a rapid test development. And then please somebody can help me to show the slide. Is it? Okay. As a request by the organizing committee that though we are in a RIGA research and development, but actually, if we're talking about the RIGA itself in this forum, maybe it's going to be very too technical. So I'd like to highlight several ethical issues, especially for the research and innovation, and including the RIGA is one of the case in that in this moment. Next slide, please. Yes, as we know that there are many people that have eagerness to contribute to the community and also doing some research and innovation, then I would like to highlight many sectors that might be people as a researcher or other scientists may join to help the society, especially in the COVID-19 era, pandemic era. In our case, in ProfRIGA project, we are doing in the diagnostic part, but actually other part that is correlate with the COVID-19 are also challenging, especially for the ethical thing from the beginning, from the planning, and then make protocol and also the implementing in the research itself. Next, please. Yeah. Next slide. Yeah. So I'd like to cite one of the standards that's already issued by the WHO, and then actually, if you searching other bodies or other organizations also have the similar standard, especially for the standard for the researcher and the inventor in the pandemic era of COVID-19, as we mentioned by Romo before that, one of the situation one of the situation of COVID-19 is it is an emergency situation. We are in an emergency situation. We need something. We need something to help the society and help people to survive from COVID-19. Next, please. So at least there is one quotation that we have to remember here. One word that is still applied in this situation is that in all cases, including in this emergency, actually it is our obligation to still uphold the international accepted ethical standard in doing the research and innovation. But there is a corner, there is a possibility that this universal ethical standard may be adapted in particular circumstance and context. Adapted mean that it is going to be still obey the standard, but it might be adjust in certain aspect maybe. Next, please. Yeah, and then at least there are several standard, at least 9 standard that has already mentioned, and I highlight at least 4 of them, and number 4 until 7. Yeah, that is correlate with research in the diagnostic, like RICA that we have. The next slide, please. So the question is that we need the ethic review board, institutional review board or ethic committee that is review our protocol first. From the beginning, we have to adopt that they are our counterpart as an inventor. The research ethic committee is our counterpart to make sure that our research is fulfill all requirements, especially for the ethical research standard. And then by doing the review, the ethic committee will help us to make sure that all standard will be obeyed, all standard will be fulfilled. And then one thing that we have to remember that this ethic committee should be independent from the sponsor, independent from the government that maybe sponsored the project, or also independent from the researchers. Next, please. And then the other line is that the methodology. One of the issue of the that is scrutinized by the ethic committee is the methodology itself. As mentioned before, last night maybe Ibu Bapak sekalian seeing in the television that there are very huge debate about the methodology of the research that is already done by colleague from the University of Erlangga. Yeah, and it is true. Actually, the methodology is the core of all the research. Then, if the methodology is peer-reviewed and then it is already accepted by peer scientists, then there is nothing to be doubt. Actually, if everybody is saying that it is okay, then it is going to be okay. But the problem now is that sometimes the media is like to be blow up everything that is not really what controversy is always being highlighted. But actually, in our condition as a scientist, as inventor, and as researcher, controversy is actually part of our life because we have the argumentation, we have our reference that apa, to be considered when we make a statement. So in this case, the methodology should be scrutinized and then should be scientifically sound, and also it is not against the social value. That is the most important of the methodology. And then the other is that the participant and the research itself does uh, should be protected from the risk, to be protected from the risk. Then in that case they will not be pushed from the risk that is not unnecessary, because the risk too much for them is going to be unacceptably ethically unacceptable. And then last time Dr. Budiono Santoso also highlighted about the methodological orthodoxy, meaning that, well, okay, methodology is already established, but in some part it might be skewed, it might be changed, it might be adjusted according to the need of the situation, especially in the emergency situation. Next, please. And then how we put the participant or subject of the research. Then we have to again adopt to the international standard about the research ethic. We should treat the patient and subject in equal respect, and then of course we need to minimize the risk. So the risk benefits should be scrutinized, should be reviewed, and then after that we have to find that the risk should be lesser than the benefit itself. Next, please. And then, what about the informed consent? Yeah, informed consent is something that one of the component to protect subject of the research. There are two components to protect the research subject. The first is the ethic committee that's going to review independently, and the second is the informed consent, meaning that there is a willingness from the subject, and they know the risk, and then they know how to how the researcher will treat them, and then they just saying that yes, I have a willing or not. And then next slide, please. Yeah. So because we have a very limited time, so basically when we have discussion about the research and invention or innovation, so there are 5 questions that we have to raise and answer. The first is, who sets the research agenda? And we have to really understand, is there any agenda behind the research? Maybe it is from the social, political or other influence. The second is, who is the research for? I mean, the research is for the sake of science, or this research is for the sake of the people. If it is from the sake of the people, helping the people in the very dangerous situation, or in this emergency pandemic situation, it must be appreciated. The third is, how is the research designed? So this is the core of the research, that the methodology should be standardized and it should be peer reviewed. And the fourth is, who own the knowledge? After finishing the research, after the research gathering the data, and then how are they going to deal with the knowledge and data? Are they going to use as the benefit of the community, or benefit of the certain group of the people, or even benefit from them itself? And the last question is, what is the impact of the research? If the impact is good for the society, if the impact is promising, then it should be prioritized. And then the other consideration, including the research ethic consideration, should be adjusted, because the impact that might be expected to be good for the society. Next, please. So, in At last, I like to highlight the 2 points that we should consider. The first is that the innovation and research in COVID-19 pandemic era must be fulfilled the research ethics standard. We know we have the standard that already established, then we just follow the ethics standard. And the second is that the adaptation of research ethic implementation should be collectively considered by any parties that is working in the research, including the research ethic committee, the researcher itself, the sponsor, and other stakeholder, including the society. They have to also ask, and then whether they are really have permission to adjustment of the risk itself. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Prof. Tri, for your presentation. Very clear and really concise, and then some ethical aspect during this pandemic era has been mentioned, and we're going to discuss later. And please, participant and who follow this session in the Zoom or in the live YouTube can raise a question, and then we can collect the question, and then we can discuss it later on. Okay, next we're going to move on to our next speakers. Is Assistant Professor from Department of Mechanical and Industrial Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Gadjah Mada, Dr. Eng Adika Widya Paraga, STM Biomed A. He's actually my friend. And then with him also will presenting together Dr. Yunita Widyastuti, Specialist Anestesi, Master of Kesehatan, KAP PSD. She's staff in the Department of Anesthesiology and Intensive Therapy, Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing, UGM and Sarjito General Hospital. Similarly, this is also both of them now doing research and creating the new technology for patient COVID-19 is about the ventilator. There are two V01 ICU ventilator and R03 emergency ventilator. I would like to invite Dr. Andika and Dr. Yunita to give presentation on ethical aspect of developing ventilator. The time is yours, around 15 minutes.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the Center for Bioethics and
So, waiting for the speaker for preparation. I think we know that this ventilator is creating by collaboration between Faculty of Medicine and also Faculty of Engineering, and now the ventilator in the clinical trial in the our hospital. Okay, if this ready, please, Dr. Adika and also Dr. Yunita.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jarir. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the Center for Bioethics and Medical Humanities for the 20th year. May the center be bright and shining for another 20 years and beyond. So congratulations, Professor Yati and Professor Sunato. In this moment, I would, myself and Dr. Yunita would like to present on the ethical considerations and in the design and development of the ventilators we developed. So those V01 ICU ventilator and the R03 emergency ventilator. As you can see, there are lots of logos on top there. It's a big team. Multidisciplinary, we involve many people. So I'd like to begin with this quote here. So by author Helen Keller, alone we can do so little, together we can do so much. So we have a very large team because in development of advanced medical devices, it is only possible and is only ethical if we involve all those that are relevant in the design, because we have several components right here. We have the fundamental research component, as you can see. On the left side, Gadjah Mada, Sarjito are developing the scientific research and such. We also have YPTI on industry and Yogyakarta on the manufacturing side. Software development, Stekhawk Rajawali 3D for the prototyping and software development, and also PT Swayasa Prakarsa, owned by Gadjah Mada University, for the permits and all the stuff related to the interaction with the ministries and such. And we also have close contact with the ministries, and for a device to be able to be produced in the long term, one would have to secure a supply chain, because you want to make more than only one. To be able to truly contribute, you have to make multiple devices, and you have to secure the stuff required to create those devices. So it's a big team, and operating together has allowed us to develop these two devices. So the right side is the ICU ventilator, and the left side is the emergency ventilator based on the ambu bag or bag valve conversion. So both of these have multiple modes, patient trigger modes, because when we started, before anything was developed, we held to our hearts the basic principle of non-maleficence and beneficence, first laid out by Curtis millennia ago. And this is why, since day one, both the engineering side and the medical side of our team have been in close communication and collaboration. So we have to respect the risk involved in development of an advanced medical device. This is not fun and games. This is something serious, and we have to respect the risk. So we wanted to do it right since day one. So we discussed, we communicated intensively with the engineering side, and my and Katrina's side is the medical side. So we have listed and agreed upon safety monitoring functions, precision requirements, user friendliness, and function usability. One important point on the first day was the importance of patient trigger modes, where the device could detect the breath of the patient. So we were turning the gears in our minds of how to develop that. And we also, of course, we consider also requirements and criteria based on IEC 60601 and ISO 80601 based for electrical safety and for safety and essential performance. And so here we have these beautiful screens here. Those are the interface we developed, touch screens, so easy to use, and medical personnel can quickly and safely change parameters as required. So the first thing we tried to develop was the trigger, how this trigger would work. So this was developed parallel with the structure and the flow of the air and oxygen in the device. So we this made us think for several weeks. So how does one detect the trigger of breath? So and I'm mechanical engineering, and biomedical engineering. So we devised. My idea at the time was to develop detection based on pressure drop, and so as a team, we then developed the algorithm to detect that pressure drop and to respond to it. So by doing this, the device could then detect the breath and respond to it. And the sensitivity, based on recommendations from the team, the sensitivity would be adjustable because every patient would have different breathing characteristics. You wouldn't want it to be too sensitive for one patient. You wouldn't want it to be not sensitive for another. So you had to have a user changeable sensitivity setting. And so some pictures on our development. Our very early device was the upper left, sorry. A very simple, using a car wiper. Then we developed several more advanced devices. And the upper right is our drawing board, and we've used probably buckets of ink there on how to set up the modes. So it's been a long journey, and so next I will talk about this. So we had to consider every particular safety requirement. So one important thing is electrical safety, because as we know, even small amounts of electrical shock can be deadly to people, humans, because electrical shock macro shock across the chest could trigger fibrillation. So we have results by Hochberg, 1971. This is why IEC 60601 standards require a limitation towards leakage currents. So we devised grounding methods and earth protection methods on the device, and we tested those at Sarjito Hospital, and we refined the device multiple times to be able to obtain the leakage current below these values, the BF values on the lower right. So this is essential because we don't want the device to harm patients, so the leakage current must be low. And of course, the input parameters must be accurate. So the device must have output values within certain tolerance limits. So we have a limitation of oxygen pressure, airway pressure, tidal volume. And the airway pressure and tidal volume specifically have tolerance values specified by ISO. So those are like, for example, 2 centimeter H2O pressure for airway pressure plus 4% of the input setting. So happily, we have more accurate than that, so under 2%. So and also the tidal volume, we could get perhaps under 5 or 10%. So pretty exact. And we calibrated and examined this using a gas flow analyzer. You can see on the left there. And so for every point during the design, we made sure that all these are within tolerance limits. So we're confident of the safety. And other safety measures have been implemented as according to ISO. And one of our team members said that the devil is in the details. So little small details where we have to scrutinize and pay attention to. So of course, alarms, there's a list of alarms that are required from minimum maximum parameters, what happens when the cable is disconnected, requirements of batteries, what if the breathing circuit is obstructed, current leakage, leakage of the air. And then you also have to have a safety valve to prevent overpressure. And that has to be sensitive and can reduce pressure to a safe value, because the human body is very fragile. And so you have to reduce that, reduce overpressure to a safe value that can be received by the human body. And there has to be redundancies and safe modes to prevent the device from injuring a patient if there's an error. And one of these is also the emergency vent for spontaneous breathing. So if anything happens with the data reception from the device to each component, the device will go into safe mode, where the patient can breathe spontaneously, and the device will prevent dangerous pressures and such from being delivered to the patient. So the device has to be able to monitor itself and such. And if the electricity goes offline, it has to have a battery. So requirement, I think, is 2 to 3 hours, I think. But we have a battery we constructed a battery, and we devised an energy management method that can have the device on for like 8 hours or so. And there's a power switch protection, which is quite interesting, because on this is the device, so you can see the views of the device. So the third picture from the left, you have a power switch, which is covered by cover. That's to prevent accidental pressing of the button. So that's a requirement according to ISO, so we added that. And so if somebody accidentally nudges the device, no power button will be pressed. And so you have many small things, but important things, like the gas plugs on the left screen, they cannot be switched. So you have to have a specific connector for each. And so a lot of details have been constructed for this, and this is all part of our dedication towards patient safety for the beneficents and non-beneficents, because this device will be connected to somebody's parent, somebody's child, somebody's sibling. So we're 1,000% safe on this. Next, maybe Dr. Yunita.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for letting me present in this seminar. Our clinical trial involving ICU patient. Why we use ICU patient? Because one of our ventilator will be used in ICU setting, so we need to perform in ICU setting. But in ICU setting, morbidity and mortality of critical condition require effective clinical trial. So we try to make a clinical trial as effective as we can. So an accurate predictor is required for critical care patient outcome and advanced life support event. But we will have several challenge in ethics, like as mentioned from previous speaker. In ICU is patient tend to vulnerable, so sometimes they cannot perform autonomy for consent. So the consent will derive from immediate family, and it is difficult to separate adverse effect from underlying disease and complication. As we know that in ICU we have so many comorbidities and many lung condition that is we cannot sometimes we cannot differentiate it between the underlying disease and the effect of ventilator. So we still have some ethical aspect like respect for the person, beneficence and non-maleficence and justice. We will bear in mind to respect for this participant autonomy and right of self-determination, and I think it's already mentioned before, and the application to provide benefit to participant and to avoid harming them. And for justice, we must have equitable distribution risks and benefit across all patients, despite of their background and social standing. Next, and this is our subject criteria. Our patient, we will exclude patient with the patient who have chronic lung problem that too bad or is already worsened with the F ratio less than 100, and patient with unstable hemodynamic condition because will maybe it will endangering their condition and pregnant patient. And APH score is a condition a clinical scoring for ICU patient, and this criteria with withdrawal from family or patient. Next, so the next step is after we get ethical clearance and recommendation from Ministry of Health, we will involve the patient or the immediate family for obtaining informed consent, and then artery line, invasive blood pressure monitor, ECG monitor, and tidal CO2 setup will be for safety, because any change for the mechanical ventilation will be monitored with this device, and blood artery sampling also at chest X-ray we will perform. Next. Yes, this is our setting. Maybe we already it's very technical, but yes, we will give the setting according the condition, patient condition. So it's not strict protocol, because the condition of patient is different. So sometimes patient will be will winning from ventilator from control, and then SEMV and maybe from SEMV to PS pressure support. So this very depend on patient condition. And arm is already mentioned by Dr. Pak Andika. Will be set on the certain set. And then next, okay, is our monitor is every 10 minutes, and for hemodynamic condition every 5 minutes. Next, yes, current status we have already got performance certification from BPFK Surabaya for V01 and RO3, and ethical clearance for clinical trial granted from Dr. Sarjito and ethic committee fakultas kedokteran medical faculty UGM, and then RO3 unit and 5 V01 units have been constructed and programmed for clinical trial and constructed three units have been calibrated by LPFK Surabaya because we have a little delay because from LPFK Surabaya many Surakarta they some of them got COVID-19 so they postpone. Oh, Surabaya, okay, yeah, yes. So the critical trial is pending. Now we have waiting from approval from Ministry of Health clinical trial team. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Adika and Dr. Yunita, for your presentation. We've seen that the development of this sophisticated machine take quite some times and also need to implement some quality control. And now I think Dr. Yunita has mentioned this machine will be, or this ventilator will be tested in Sajito Hospital in terms of clinical trial design. Okay, thank you very much, and we will discuss later. And now we go to the next speaker, the last speaker, but not the least. We call the Dr. Mubashir Hassan Basri, MA. He actually is a chairperson of a Master Public Health Program and also chair of the Department of Biostatistics, Epidemiology, and Population Health in Faculty of Medicine, Public Health, and Nursing UGM. He is now also developing a model for implementing COVID-19 screening in primary healthcare facility and then also in community level. So I would like to invite Dr. Mubashir to give presentation related to the topics public health decision-making policy. And the time is yours, is around 10 minutes. Please, Dr. Mubashir.
Thank you, Pak Top. And you make me, my name is not the one that should be Mubashir, but Mubashir.
Bashir. Sorry.
Okay. I just want to speak only a few minutes. If I can ask for Pak Top, if I speak bahasa Indonesia, it will be very good. So saya mau berbicara dalam bahasa Indonesia saja karena ini sudah siang dan mungkin stylenya pikiran kita sudah berat. Baiklah, kita slide pertama, saya cepat saja. Jadi poin yang mau saya bangun di sini adalah bahwa public health policy making itu sudah berubah banyak dan dengan adanya COVID ini perubahan itu semakin nyata. Silakan yang ke bawah, di bawahnya. Satu lagi. Ya, ini. Jadi dahulu seorang public health policy makers itu mencari, pertama adalah menyiapkan obat. Jadi menyiapkan rumah sakit agar setiap ada orang yang sakit infeksi itu terobati. Tapi itu memang tidak cukup. Terus semua ahli public health menyelesaikan masalahnya dengan mengubah preventive behavior-nya di bawah. Di bagian 2 itu adalah population and community setting. Jadi kalau orang tidak berubah, maka orang itu tidak akan terlepas dari penyakit. Sementara yang pertama tadi ya, physician, yang penting physician itu karena kalau orang-orang yang infeksi itu dapat diobati dengan baik, maka mereka tidak kembali lagi ke masyarakat dan tidak menularkan kembali. Jadi penting sekali kuratif untuk public health. Nah yang kedua, behavior. Nah yang ketiga, kita bicara mengenai social condition. Tidak cukup orang berubah perilakunya jika kondisi hidupnya tidak berubah. Physical or social. Nah kita sekarang hidup pada pandemi yang isunya adalah sosial. Penduduk yang pergi kemana-mana dan memiliki perilaku yang tidak protected. 3. Nah, kalau kita bicara kondisi sosial di situ, maka seorang local health authority, public health authority yang membuat decision making, dia tetap memulai memikirkan hospital harus diberi apa, kemudian bagaimana perilaku diubah, kemudian kondisi sosial hidup harus diapakan. Dan yang terakhir ini, yang sangat nyata di dalam public health aspek dari pandemi kita itu adalah banyaknya commercial goods seperti masker, kemudian masker, satu lagi ada yang kita biasa pakai hand sanitizer, kemudian juga ada face shield. Banyak sekali ternyata industri yang terkait dengan preventive behavior itu. Dan yang tidak kalah penting adalah rapid test dan swab PCR. Dan tadi yang pertama tadi yang physician itu yang ventilator tadi. Nah, jadi seorang public health authority, public health policy makers, itu sekarang tidak cukup saja hanya melihat efek dari ketersediaan alat-alat teknologi itu. Nah, yang jadi masalah saya adalah ketika teknologi itu berjibun di Indonesia, ternyata kalau kita gunakan teknologi itu yang untung adalah orang yang berasal dari luar Indonesia. Di Indonesia sendiri kita seperti menyumbang banyak uang kepada produser-produser teknologi itu di luar. Ini saya nggak enak menyebutnya, memang kebetulan mungkin pemerintah sedang nyaman berhubungan dengan China misalnya, terus banyak sekali import dari China mengenai berbagai teknologi preventif tadi. Jadi kalau kita sampai di apotek, kalau kita ketemu dengan apoteker yang bekerja di sana, yang dijual itu adalah infrared thermometer, yang semuanya made in China. Jadi di dalam hal ini seperti itu. Dan ketika kita sulit mendapatkan masker, kita cari cuma ada di Alibaba yang mempunyainya. Jadi sebenarnya adanya wabah pandemi ini menghilangkan resource kita keluar lebih banyak lagi. Nah, ini menurut saya, kalau public health policy makers itu tidak mengubah cara berpikirnya sampai memahami akar job opportunity itu hilang, kita tinggal bayar keluar, berarti kita tidak ethical melakukan hal itu. Artinya, dulu kita bilang yang membuat orang sakit itu kemiskinan, sekarang kita memiskinkan kita lagi dengan memberi barang-barang yang lebih mahal lagi. Sebenarnya itu sudah cukup cerita saya, Pak Etop. Nah, jadi ceritanya nanti di bawah-bawah itu ada cerita-cerita yang lain. Nah, persoalan kita sekarang, mengapa kita tidak bisa kompetitif untuk mengelola pembuatan preventif teknologi itu di dalam negeri? Kalau yang kuratif teknologi itu lebih berat lagi maksud saya. Karena para profesional itu inginnya tuh sangat high kualifikasinya. Tetapi sebenarnya untuk negeri seperti kita tidak ya kalau saya sebagai sultan di Jogja, langsung saya perintahkan langsung buatkan. Dan kita tidak boleh memasukkan dari luar. Karena dengan di luar itu kita mendrain resource kita keluar. Dan itu sangat merugikan kita. Padahal salah satu unsur dalam kesehatan adalah productivity. Kalau sampai kita kehilangan uang, kita sendiri tidak punya pekerjaan, berarti pembuat keputusan dalam kedokteran ini bisa saja merupakan violator of human rights. Termasuk itu karena dia menghilangkan sumber-sumber yang seharusnya bisa dimanfaatkan di dalam negeri. Nah, kira-kira seperti itu. Sekarang, syukur alhamdulillah kita sudah bisa membuat misalnya masker dari dalam negeri dalam jumlah besar. Face shield, kemudian juga disinfektan, itu sudah banyak. Dan saya berharap, makanya industri-industri semacam ini harus menjadi kekayaan kita. Tetapi masalah research-nya, nah ini yang masih ada hambatan seperti saya menyatakan bahwa kalau kita mengikuti standar riset yang internasional, maka sangat sulit sampai membuat vaksin, sampai sulit sampai membuat misalnya PCR test atau rapid test. Karena untuk membuat misalnya, kalau kita lihat Cochrane Journal itu, dia sudah mengevaluasi rapid test di dunia, sebanyak 45 rapid test di dunia, yang kebanyakan dari Asia, yang saya yakin itu mungkin dari China, Taiwan, Korea, Jepang mungkin. Yang semuanya menurut mereka itu tidak standar, menurut mereka. Tetapi mungkin bagi orang yang memproduksi ini, tidak boleh tidak standar. Tetapi asal kami tidak mengkonsumsi buatan Anda di sini. Gitu. Bisa jadi begitu. Gitu. Nah, padahal kepentingannya rapid test itu hanya membuat kita tenang supaya tidak takut kalau kita tidak tahu bahwa kita terkena penyakit. Oleh karena itu seperti tadi malam sudah dikemukakan dari kementerian kementerian mengenai COVID ini, sekarang COVID rapid test diperlukan meskipun sensitivitasnya rendah. Dia tidak melihat kalau yang Riga dari sensitivitasnya sudah lebih bagus dari yang lain-lain maksud saya. Tapi itu memberi angin baru bahwa rapid test harus menjadi bagian yang itu. Nah, disinilah seorang local health authority atau seorang kementerian kesehatan itu tidak hanya berpikir, mari kita sediakan, mari kita beli barangnya, mari kita membuat itu. Jadi seorang public health policy maker sekarang tidak cukup hanya bilang kami butuh tes. Kita harus membuat tes itu dan menggunakannya. Kira-kira gitu poin saya yang ingin saya sampaikan. Nanti bisa didiskusikan karena kita sudah agak sore. Tapi di bawah itu ada cerita yang mirip-mirip terkait dengan ini. Terima kasih atas perhatiannya.
Terima kasih. Thank you very much, Pak Mubashir, for your presentation and very inspiring. And now we are going to discuss, we have 3 topics, developing of rapid tests and ventilator and all related to the research, ethic research involving human. And also we have already hear about topics on how policies, public health policies should be implemented during this pandemic. We have a question from Professor Teguh Haryosa Songko. That's for Professor Triwibawa. Thank you for your insight into the ethic review process during the public health emergency. We'll appreciate your view towards use of military personnel as a subject of currently debated in the trial collaboration between Airlangga, TNI, and BIN. Thank you. Please, Prof. Triwibawa, if you can comment directly for this question.
Yeah, Teguh, thank you, Prof. Teguh from Malaysia, I think. Yeah. Yes, it is true that the military personnel as a subject should be considered as vulnerable. But vulnerable doesn't mean that it is not it's not possible to be as a subject of the research. But the need is that we should scrutinize. We have to review more detail, and also the monitoring of the informed consent process is much more serious comparing with others. So once again, military personnel as a subject, research subject, it is vulnerable, but it doesn't mean it is not allowed. The important thing is that we have to consider how the researcher dealing with the dealing with the vulnerability of this, and make sure that though they are military, but they have in this case they have still principle of the ethic. The ethic is an ethic that should be maksud saya itu. Mudah-mudahan dijawab ya dengan baik. Ini terbata-bata, mohon maaf.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Professor Triwibawa. So a lot of time that we doing clinical trial in the vulnerable participant, but what we need is to consider about their autonomy. So we will not violating the autonomy of this vulnerable participant. This is what you mentioned. And as many vulnerable, we have a lot of procedure how to conduct the trial among these vulnerable participants. Okay, thank you very much for your view, Prof. Tri. For the next question, this also from Dr. Budiono Santoso. I will read it to the comment. Let us reminding ourselves that the capacity of Indonesia in the innovation or innovation index is only ranked 85 in the world and number 2, the lowest in Asia among 120 countries. This ranking is made by WIPO in collaboration with Cornell University. The underlying causes are complex and multifactorial, involving different actors and factors, but most of all is the domination of political doctrine, dogma, and inefficient bureaucracy and administrative formalities. Pandemic COVID-19 is a momentum to show up our capacity for innovation. We have a commission for ethics for research involving human subject. We have a MPOM, I think there's a BPOM probably as MPOM as the WHO recognized regulatory authority as a BPOM. Let the work and make their decision. We do not trust them. Who will trust? Again, I really worried with the movement of many activities, including academia, trying to negate and disregard the effort for looking new combination for new indication for COVID-19. The reasons are based on prejudice, dogma, and political doctrine. I think that a comment, maybe Prof. Tri or others would like to comment on the question, or maybe some comments from Professor Dr. Budiono.
Selamat siang Pak Budiono. Saya sebenarnya bukan jadi sasaran pokok di sana untuk saya menjawabnya, tetapi saya menjawabnya adalah bahwa ranking yang buruk itu memang kompleks untuk bidang riset-riset dan bagaimana kita memproduksi sesuatu. Oleh karena satu yang saya sebut di slide saya yang terakhir itu, karena memang kita terbiasa bergantung pada international kolaborasi yang tidak mempertanyakan kembali apa yang existing kondisi yang mereka bisa kuasai dan apa yang kita bisa kuasai. Dan kita selalu tidak pernah memikirkan soal uang itu mengalir kemana kalau kita melakukan research. Jadi itu sudah kelelahan sekali. Nah, tetapi yang saya penting dari yang kita mau angkat tadi, bahwa researcher sendiri tidak cukup untuk mengambil sikap dalam hal ini. Harus ada political leaders yang berani mengambil sikap bahwa, atau saya bilang political leader itu pun harusnya nanti harus menjadi seorang public health leaders. Karena public health leaders itu dikompas any sectors yang terlibat. Jadi terutama pekerjaan. Jadi kalau Indonesia itu mau sehat, penduduknya harus dapat pekerjaan. Sehingga harus bahwa investasi harus di dalam begitu, harus banyak. Jadi kita harus mengembangkan protective policy di internasional itu agak-agak berat. Tetapi kalau kita tidak melakukan hal itu, kita menjadi bagian dari proses ketergantungan kepada negara-negara lain, termasuk tetangga kita yang hal. Jadi indikator yang ditunjukkan Pak Budiono tadi, indikator yang maksud saya memastikan kita harus mengambil sikap politik yang tegas di dalam menyelamatkan aset yang pergi ke luar negeri dan bagaimana aset itu menjadi bagian dari income kita. Terima kasih.
Thank you Pak Mubashir. Prof. Tri, please.
Prof. Yati.
Oke, Prof. Yati.
Baik, saya kira ini isunya sangat menarik, Dr. Budiono. Karena sebenarnya bahannya, organnya itu sudah ada kan, ada BPOM, ada komisi etik, kemudian ada researcher yang berasal dari universitas dan seterusnya. Nah, kenapa masih ada ketidakpercayaan di antara para researcher sendiri, bahkan pada kemudian itu ditularkan oleh media kepada masyarakat. Sehingga kemudian sebenarnya ada faktor yang tidak menyenangkan juga, kemudian seolah-olah masyarakat itu diberi ide bahwa sebenarnya itu para akademisi itu sebenarnya mungkin melakukan risetnya juga tidak begitu baik. Kemudian BPOM juga mulai diserang menjadi badan yang sudah tidak bisa dipercaya lagi oleh karena memang media kemudian mengangkat kontroversi itu. Nah, mungkin saatnya sekarang justru kita akan membuat satu sistem agar lembaga-lembaga yang independen tadi, yang independen, karena researcher itu sebagai seorang saintis dia independen dalam hal dia berhak untuk menyampaikan apapun hasil temuannya asal itu berdasarkan kaedah yang betul. BPOM sebagai regulator, dia juga mempunyai independensi karena dia beratur berdasarkan peraturan yang sudah ada dan kebijakan politik yang ada di negeri ini. Kemudian Komisi Etik juga independen berdasarkan pertimbangan-pertimbangannya. Nah sekarang independen ini harusnya bisa dipertanggungjawabkan kepada publik harusnya, yaitu adalah dengan menunjukkan bahwa mereka bisa independen dalam segala aspek itu tadi, asal bisa menunjukkan bahwa kerjanya sudah betul. Dan jadi mungkin sudah saatnya ada satu kebijakan yang membuat stakeholder ini memiliki pertanggungjawaban kepada publik bahwa mereka memang bekerja dengan baik. Komisi etiknya juga dibuka, bagaimana SOP-nya, bagaimana kualifikasi orangnya, bagaimana orang-orang yang memberikan konsultasi, yang dimintai pendapat dan seterusnya. Kemudian yang penelitinya juga begitu. Penelitinya juga harus menunjukkan bahwa mereka memang layak dipercaya selama ini. Jadi tidak ada research misconduct yang dibiarkan berjalan. Kemudian kita tunjukkan bahwa di setiap universitas harus hal seperti itu dicegah. Kalau ada, segera dibetulkan dengan secara sistematis dan seterusnya, seperti itu. Nah, kalau itu terbangun, mestinya hal-hal yang ketidakpercayaan tadi akan hilang. Hanya saja kita saat ini memang belum punya kesempatan untuk membuat sistem yang baik, sehingga tadi semua keterbukaan dalam tanda petik tadi itu menjadi terlaksana dengan baik. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Pak Prof. Tri. Is there any comment? Yeah, Prof. Yati, please.
Thank you, Itop. I try to speak in English because some of our colleagues from abroad. Yeah, I try to answer what they said, Professor Dr. Budiono Santoso, and the concern of Pak Mubashir. Yeah, their concern is why our research results is not being used in our own country, whereas the study is conducted in our country. And then secondly, why our products or research not recognized internationally? Is that the question? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes and no. Actually, Gadjah Mada has a very good, what do you call it, saying, local wisdom.
Locally rooted, globally respected.
Oh, global, yes. What does it mean? That we have to use our own culture, our own available just in our country to overcome our problems, right? But not only conduct our own problems being conducted in here, but also to for global solutions. So, but many of our researchers look in the references, look for problems which available abroad. But if we use our problems and then we search for local wisdom to overcome, and then to learn the problems globally, so I think our result will be highly all over. Is it so? Is it only saying no? Like, for example, we have so many problems in our own country that also available in other countries. Our study, our experience with Pak Itop, for example, is that our research results have to involve or to answer the community or the patient's need, request. Yeah, by doing a qualitative study before or during we conduct a research in clinic or in bed. Yeah. Because why? Because all of our study will answer the questions available in our country, but we also have the the subject, the research is also too many problems, not only in developing but also in developed countries such as diarrhea, rotavirus. So the higher scale, it's not only in developing, but also in developed. So that's why we choose this major potency and using our in our country. But to answer the question, we should start with our qualitative to know what is the community needs, what is their wish for a certain vaccine or treatment. So based on that answer, we developed our own proposal to do this study so that it will be acceptable in our own as well as in abroad. So I think this looking for this object for research is very important so that can be accepted not only in our community but also in other countries. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Yati, for the remind us again our Gadjah Mada University motto about locally rooted, globally respected, and I think that really uh, we need to remind us about that we have a lot of local wisdom that we and also problem in our country that we need to solve with our own resources. There are some questions still out there also asking about the herbal medicine and also question related to use of the children as a participant in the trial and also other vulnerable participant. But unfortunately, our time is very limited and still there is a next presentation also. And we could not answer all the question and I hope that we write it down all your question and we can also send you some answer about your question. Because the time, I would like to thank you for all speakers. Please, big applause for all speakers. And then also for all participants for joining us during the discussion. And now I give back the time to the moderator, to the MC. Thank you very much and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Jarir. And thank you also for all the speakers. That was such an insightful talk. Again, we'd like to extend our greetings and our warmest welcome to all participants, especially our Bioethics extended family who are joining us either online and offline. Our extended family from the Department of Medical Education and Bioethics, Universitas Gadjah Mada, senior faculties and colleagues at Faculty of Medicine, Public Health and Nursing, Universitas Gadjah Mada, members and alumni of health courses from around Indonesia, students of Master Bioethics, Universitas Gadjah Mada, all members and affiliates of Center for Bioethics and Medical Humanities, and as well as Professor Paulo Comensaro from Monash University. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll move on quickly to the next segment. Oh, I see that Professor Paul has joined us this afternoon. Hello, Prof. Paul.
Hello.
You're in good health as always.
Yes, thank you. Can I share my screen?
Yes, of course. We'll begin the first presentation for this segment entitled the 2 Decades Journey of CBMH, Milestones and Missions. And Professor Paul Comensaro from the Monash University will speak about bioethics in Indonesia, perspectives and experiences, international collaborations with the Center for Bioethics and Medical Humanities. Professor Paul, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the honor of inviting me to be with you on such an important occasion. I'm really very humbled to be able to talk with you and to be together with you, even despite the distance. We in Australia are battling with coronavirus like everyone else in the world, and you are in particular. In Melbourne, we're in stage 4 lockdown, So it's been a difficult and challenging time for us here. But at the same time, it's very inspiring that we're able to be together in the way that we are right now. I won't talk too much about myself. I'm a professor of medicine at Monash University. I do international work and work obviously in the field of ethics. In this short talk, what I thought I would do is three things. I'd give a brief overview of some of the collaborations between the CBMH and other institutions and organisations around the world with whom I've been associated. And this, of course, is only a very small sample of the collaborations that have been established from the University of Gadjah Mada. I'll talk briefly about what I've learned from these collaborations, and then I'll talk about very briefly about some possible areas for mutual development for international collaborations with the Centre for Bioethics and Medical Humanities for the future. And the 8 areas are listed here. They range from clinical practice to bioethical theory to education, research, and so on. First, though, let me just give a brief overview of some of the collaborations that have occurred. My links with the Centre for Bioethics and Medical Humanities, or at least the Centre for Bioethics and the work that's been done from Yogyakarta, doesn't quite go back 20 years, but it goes back to the mid-2000s at least. And over this time, I've had the privilege of being engaged in many interactions over the years of a personal, professional, education and scholarly nature. And I've developed some very close and warm and rewarding friendships during this time. We've had meetings over many years in Indonesia, Taiwan, Australia, New Zealand, Malaysia, Japan, and many other countries in the region. I'll mention especially the Asia Pacific Ethics Forum, which is a collaboration that we established a number of years ago to focus on ways of sharing educational resources. And this was chaired and still is chaired by Professor Sonato, but many of the other distinguished guests who are here today have also been involved in developing this forum and the conversations associated with it. The Asian Bioethics Association has held a number of meetings, including in Yogyakarta, in Taiwan and elsewhere. And this has also been an important focus for the development of bioethics in the region. This has led to research and educational collaborations, including bioethics teaching in the Middle East and Southern Asia. And I'd like just to remind people of the work that's been done from UGM in teaching bioethics in many countries that had previously had very little exposure, including in Yemen, which was a very challenging and courageous project. And last year and the year before, I visited Pakistan, to Karachi, to contribute to this joint project of enhancing knowledge of bioethics across the region. We've been involved in multiple seminars of bioethical nature at UGM, some of them face-to-face, some of them remote. Support for postgraduate training has been, in many ways, the backbone of all that we aspire to do. Professor Yati last year, at my invitation, was able to give the principal keynote address at the Congress of the Royal Australasian College of Physicians in Auckland in New Zealand. And she spoke about her lifetime work in relation to rotavirus and dengue and the ethical issues associated with that. And her talk was very warmly appreciated by the people there. So there have been multiple collaborations, as I've said. I wouldn't try to mention all of the people from around the world who've had the privilege of working with the Centre for Bioethics. But I will mention some of the countries from the United States. There was Professor Byron Good, Professor Beth Riven from Malaysia. We've got guests from Malaysia here now. Professor Zabadi Hassin has played an important role and is a close friend of mine. Professor Dujan Tsai in Taiwan has been very important. Professor Dick Williams from the Netherlands, and a great many other people, just to give an idea of the huge spread and influence that the Centre for Bioethics based in Yogyakarta has already been able to achieve around the world. So here are a few of the key features of my appreciation of the work that's been done from UGM. There's been, and I mentioned just 6 points here, a commitment to improving the welfare of people across the region through enhanced training of clinicians and development of health systems and services. This is really the key value and the key driver, I think, for all the activities that have been undertaken. There's been a focus on education at all levels of clinical practice. Education at the level of bioethical theory, but also at the detailed level of how one actually delivers services to our patients. There's been the development of a community of scholars who support and nurture each other. And clearly this is the secret of not just the local success, but of the expanding reach of the work of the Centre for Bioethics. The Centre has contributed to the fostering of a rich culture of research and scholarship across the region. And it's been notable for its openness to diverse approaches to theory. This is a region in which there are many different cultural attitudes, belief systems, philosophical perspectives, and so on. So the commitment to openness and diversity, particularly at a time of increasing conflict, has been an extremely important element. And linked to this, of course, is tolerance and respect for widely diverse cultural perspectives. So this is what I've learned in a limited and humble way from the collaborations that I've been privileged to be able to be engaged in. I've understood and grown to understand and appreciate the richness of Indonesian medicine, of the approaches to healthcare and educational practices in your country. I've come to understand and appreciate the commitment to public service and to the welfare of people in need across the region. I've been especially impressed by the global perspective on health, healthcare, and ethics that you've been able to bring to this field. I've been struck by the determination, persistence, tenacity, and steadfastness of everyone involved. This has been a big project and a difficult one. If it hadn't been characterised by the courage and tenacity, particularly of Professor Nato and Professor Yati over this period of time, you would never have been able to have achieved the great things that you've been able to achieve up until this point. And extraordinarily, all of this has been accomplished with a spirit of humility, generosity, and respect for difference and diversity, as I've mentioned. So I personally have a great debt to the Centre for Bioethics, and I'd like to take this opportunity to register my gratitude for what I've been able to gain from these collaborations. And I'm sure I'm speaking for many other people around the world who've had a similar privilege. I'm going to speak briefly in the last few minutes of the talk on some ideas I'd like to suggest regarding possible areas for mutual development in the future. We've done a lot, you've achieved a lot, but there's a lot more things that we can do from here on. Clinical practice is the centre and the core, and there are lots of things we can do here. Exchanges at the clinical level will not be difficult to achieve, especially between Australia and Indonesia, once at least coronavirus has been brought under control. Sharing of educational programs in relation to clinical practice, if anything, has become easier with coronavirus and our increasing familiarity with remote platforms. And the development of clinical ethics services, which is something that we're focused on in this moment, is something that we might discuss jointly over the coming years. The development of bioethical theory itself, which is a particular interest and concern of mine, is something that has to underlie and provide a framework, a key set of resources for the work that we can do together. And this can be undertaken through scholarly conferences, such as we've had before, joint publication projects, and seminars, educational programs, either in person or virtually. And I'll mention a joint publication project engaged in at the moment. I'm involved in collating a collection of articles from the point of view of the Journal of Bioethical Inquiry, the editorial board of which I chair, and Professors Yati and commemorate and others have contributed very graciously to that collection. In terms of there are other areas in research. It's important. In terms of ethics education, there are many things that we can do. I've already mentioned the Asia Pacific Ethics Forum, but one of the things that we spoke about then was the development of a joint master's and PhD program that could be held across countries. And this is something that I think we should continue to discuss and develop over time. We can expand our network for using internet-based facilities, as I've said, and we can expand the work that I've already referred to relating to ethics teaching across the region. Research collaborations are important, and the building of research capacity is a critical need. And this is something that we discussed during my visit to Yogyakarta last year. And it's something, an area in which I think there will be many people who can contribute in both directions. These collaborations are not one way, of course. They are opportunities for mutual teaching and learning, in enhancing understanding in all the countries involved. So part of the process that's been fertilized by UGM and the Centre for Bioethics and Medical Humanities has been one that can enhance and continue to enhance mutual understanding across multiple countries. The research collaborations involve both theoretical work in ethics, but also empirical work that draws on multiple methodologies. Expanding postgraduate exchanges, I think we need to continue to explore. I talked about clinical exchanges in the past, but scholarly academic exchanges in the field of PhD studies and so on are also important and easily within our grasp. They can be short or long term, they can be just for a few weeks or a few months at a time, or they can involve more detailed and extended study at Australian universities, American universities, Dutch universities, or Indonesian universities. They can be face-to-face or virtual. It's important, I think, and this is something that we discussed last year in some detail too, it's important that we share our capacities in order to help teach each other and enhance our own capabilities in terms of research, writing and publication. And that's something that we in Australia are very happy to contribute to help build the capacity through education and training, through joint writing projects such as the ones that I've already referred to, research collaborations, but also establishment of personal relationships between perhaps established clinicians, established bioethical theorists or philosophers, and younger scholars who can be mentored and guided as they develop their own skills and capacities. Enhancing knowledge of research ethics is a particular interest of mine, and I think there are many opportunities here for extension and development. The previous talks about the ventilators and the public health response to coronavirus highlighted the ethical risks that are potentially posed by health crises of the sort that we're facing at the moment. And we've seen with the extreme pressure that's been exerted on the development of vaccines and treatments and so on, there's an urge to cut corners, there's an urge to take risks. Here, more than ever, it's important for us to develop our knowledge and capacity in research ethics, and to develop curricula, to share our experiences, and so on. And finally, I'll just mention a few ideas for specific collaborations in areas of mutual interest and expertise. And I've divided these here into areas of global concern and areas of shared concern across countries. And I've just picked out a few examples here. Of global concern, there's clearly the key problem of climate change, on which arguably the future of our planet depends. We're in the midst of the coronavirus COVID-19 pandemic, which ultimately, arguably, derives from the impact of climate change and environmental destruction. There are the both economic and cultural processes associated with globalization, and the global challenge of reconciliation. These are global themes that together we must work on. But there are also areas of shared concern where there are common themes, where the practices may be different in different countries. And Professor Yati and I spoke last year about the establishment of a dengue registry that would enable experience to be shared across countries, working in common areas, but in slightly different contexts. In our meetings in Taiwan, we're focused especially on the issues of aged care and palliative care. And here again, the cultural differences actually provide us with insights into our own practices and a degree of self-knowledge that can enhance the work that we do in our own areas. And together this will enable us to develop the concept and nature of the professions within our own national contexts, as well as within the region and globally. So this is my last slide. In conclusion, I've drawn attention to the important contributions both to Indonesia and the region that have already been achieved by the wonderful work undertaken from UGM, by the Centre for Bioethics, and now, of course, the Centre for Bioethics and Medical Humanities, which has the great privilege of of the UNESCO professorship that Professor Yati has so wonderfully been bestowed on. There's been I've drawn attention to the spirit and values of the centre, which have provided an inspiration to health professionals engaged in ethics, not just locally, not just regionally, but across the world. And I've mentioned the international collaborations that have enabled the work that's been done from Yogyakarta to fertilise many kinds of activities in many different countries, in many continents around the world. This work has already been effective, it's already been successful, but there's a lot of work for us yet to do together. There are many areas for expansion and development, both for the people, established scholars, and the current participants in all of these partnerships, but of course for the generations to come in the future. So thank you again. Thank you for the honour of being able to participate in this wonderful event. Thank you for the privilege of being able to work with you over the years, and congratulations on your wonderful achievements to date. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Paul. Thank you so much that those initiatives definitely need to be followed up, preferably very soon. While Professor Paul's works have made major impact on the field of clinical ethics in Australia, and we are very, very honored to have him as one of our long-standing collaborators. Moving on to the next section, we will have another presentation entitled CBMH Milestone and Missions in the Future, which will be delivered by Professor Dr. Yati Sunarto, a pediatrics consultant, PhD. She's a professor in pediatric faculty of medicine, public health, and nursing, Universitas Gadjah Mada, as well as the chair of Center for Bioethics and Medical Humanities. Whenever you're ready, Prof. Yati.
Okay, yeah. Hi, Paul.
Hello, Yati.
Thank you. Speechless. We talk with briefly that what you have shared with us is really the same invitation from us to you to continue our collaboration and to underline what we have done before. So it seems to me that all I have prepared to be presented is already presented by you, because most of our programs we work collaborate with you and our other collaborators. But this time, yeah. In this last session, right, as I said, yeah, we would like just briefly share with you about our center with the motto of pride in modesty. I think you have already visited our office from time to time. You can see how simple and humble our office is. But as you mentioned before, that we have done a lot of things, especially in collaborate with our collaborators and with you, right? Yeah, we started our Bioethics Center of Bioethics from a team in 1997 when received a Freeman Fellowships to be conducted in to send our faculties, senior and mid-cap career to Harvard Medical School. And all together, since 1997, we already have 8 fellows and 2 honorary fellows to join that course, studying among others social scientists and bioethics. And in 3 years later, we conduct the international exchange between the Harvard Medical School and Gadjah Mada Medical School. And at that time, it was presented by all of our collaborators, national as well as international. And that's why we decided to declare that in year 2000s or 20 years ago, we started with our Center for Bioethics and Medical Humanities. At that time, it is very historically important because we also we also announced the Indonesian Bioethics Network with the permanent Secretary General in our medical school and the senior vice dean vice dean of the medical school and our young generation, Dr. Azid, as the backbone of that organizations. And we also, in 5 years ago, we as a division of bioethics in the Department of Community and Family Medicine and become the sub-department of bioethics in the Department of Medical Education with the plan of developing our department in the new coming years. And the very important is 5 years ago, 4 years ago, we already developed the postgraduate program Master of Bioethics. Next slide, please. Yeah. With the vision of improving bioethics in medical humanities education, research, and service in order to create highly qualified moral and human practitioners, we have the mission of education, research, and service in integrating bioethics and medical humanities into our curriculum, establishing local, regional, and international research on related issues, and training and educating professionals and community in related issues. These are our vision and missions. Slide. Yeah. With the strong members of the team that time, even before we become the center, we have a very various of transdisciplinary members of the of this team. We move very quickly ahead. Slide. Yeah, because we also affiliated with several national associations such as the Indonesian Health, Bioethics and Humanity, with the permanent secretariat at our center, and we developed a national curriculum on bioethics and education, and also the National Bioethics Committee, the Indonesian Medical History Association, and the Medical Doctor Association, and also very closely collaborate with the UNESCO, right? Yeah, as a center in the medical schools, we our programs in education, research, and service with bioethics, humanity, and professional behavior education in undergraduate, postgraduate, and continuing professional development at the Faculty of Medicine, and the regular national certified courses on bioethics, namely it's health. This is very prestigious and well-known courses in our country with more than 80 institution participants. And also, as it is mentioned by Professor Komisarov, that we conducted research mostly jointly internationally from the first time we developed in 2000s up to the present time. We always have the research collaborated with all of our collaborators. And this is also very unusual in our medical hospitals, in our teaching hospital. We have a very strong ethics consultation team, collaboration between the hospital ethics committee and our center and the SWIN committee of medical faculty of medicine. Yes. The bioethics training that using the health approach, health means humanity, ethics, legal, and professionalism. We are very well known with this training, and this is the one that more than 80 institutions within the country join very actively. At the certified course on bioethics, it graduate diploma and certificate, and these developed the national master degree program on bioethics and medical humanity. And that we are also preparing our international master degree program on bioethics and medical humanity, as what Professor Komisarov mentioned. They have already also involved in the teaching program, program in our master degree. Yes, right. These are our collaborators, international collaborators spread all over the world. Right. Yeah, with those countries, we already developed the collaborations, right? Yeah. The multi-countries bioethics collaboration platform using the International Consortium on Bioethics and Humanities Education with all of listed collaborators. We we are moving to develop the international master degree program on bioethics and maintain our collaborative research and exchange program students and faculties, and also improving the teleconference on ethical cases discussions. Right? These are the national collaborators spread all over the country. It has already 81 institutions that being collaborated with the center. Yeah. These are the important milestones that actually have been presented or mentioned by Professor Sunarto and by Professor Komisaros, that we started in 1997 with the Freeman Fellowship at Harvard Medical School, and we have already had 10 the 10 the 10 faculties already being sent at that medical school. And then 3 years later, we announced our bioethics center, and we developed to conduct seminar, workshops, international action on teaching bioethics for medical students as well as for the faculty, and the certified courses that I mentioned before. And then in 2011, we have more and more research collaboration with our several collaborators, and the certificate courses, graduate certificate and diploma, as I have mentioned, already conducted for 5 batches. And the establishment of international consortium on bioethics, where the UGM become the leaders. And we already, as mentioned by Prof. Sunarto, published the White Books Bioethics UGM, contributed to the national characters building. The important milestones that already also mentioned several times. I think we will skip this slide. Yes, but the most important is the last year we are appointed as UNESCO Chair, so that we will move ahead with the program we are developing as a UNESCO Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Yati. Ladies and gentlemen, those are some of the milestones in our future missions that hopefully will bring about an even more meaningful and important contributions to the world of bioethics. We have arrived to the end of this first series of the 20th anniversary of Center for Bioethics and Medical Humanities, Faculty of Medicine, Public Health, and Nursing. Last but not least, to formally close this event, we would like to invite the Chair Committee of the Center for Bioethics and Medical Humanities 20th Anniversary, Professor Dr. Sofia Mubarika, a medical science PhD.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, Excellency, colleagues and friends, it is really a pleasure and honor to be here for the closing of the first series of the CBMH 20th anniversary. I would like to extend our most sincere thanks on behalf of the CBMH to all of you who have helped to plan and facilitate the event, and to all of our colleagues, collaborators, and participants for taking your time out of the busy duties to attend the webinar. This is only the first out of 3 parts that make the whole CBMH anniversary webinar series, and we do hope that you can join us on the second series that will be held on August 29. The work that have been done together to celebrate the historical milestone of the CBMH 20th anniversary reminds all of us that the true strength of our institution is its personnel. Not only would this celebration and all of its relation initiative not have been possible without your committed efforts, but the progress and growth of the CBMH over the last 20 years would not have been possible without your dedication and the devotion of countless other faculty, staffs, colleagues, collaborators, and friends of CBMH. We look forward to witnessing the many more discoveries, innovations, and meaningful contributions that the members and innovation contribution that the member of the CBMH community will make in the decades to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Rika. Ladies and gentlemen, that marks the end of the first series of the 20th anniversary of Center for Bioethics and Medical Humanities, and we will be back with the second series that will be held on Saturday, August 29th, with the theme of accelerating bioethics development in Asia Pacific region. Thank you very much for staying with us until this late. We hope that everything that have been discussed in this event will be beneficial to all of us, and keep practicing physical distancing and personal hygiene. Stay healthy. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon.
All the committee, Mas Ajit, Mbak Wika, Mbak Kibo, and Mbak Puspa, you done your good job. And Mas bagus, ya. Dimas kok bagus. Ya Dimas yang bagus. Matur suwun Mas Dedi, Mas Galuh Putra, Mbak Galuh Putri, Mas Adika, Rizky.
Terima kasih banyak, Prof. Dari Makassar. Salam sukses dan selamat, Prof.
Terima kasih, Prof.
Matur suwun, Mas. Yunita.
Ya, sukses, Prof. Dari Makassar. Nasruddin, Prof. Sukses untuk Bioethics UGM.
Pembimbingnya. Matur suwun ya semua. Terima kasih sekali. Loh, putrane
Pak, latih dulu ya.
Selamat, Prof. Dari Makassar, Prof. Sukses.
Mas Agung.
Sukses, Prof.
Ronaldo.
Prof. Darto dari Makassar, Prof.
Siapa?
Selamat. Sukses selalu untuk senior-senior semua. Dari Bangkok.
Terima kasih.
Bioethics UGM terbaik.
9 ya lagi.
Nggih, matur nuwun.
Tanggal 29.
Ya, Prof. Mau tanya, Prof.
Oh ya,
Selalu, Prof. Assalamualaikum.
Pak Laksono, Pro, matur suwun atas semuanya kirimannya. Ya, terima kasih Mbak Rizky, Mbak Puspa, Mas Bagus, semua Profesor nyebut satu persatu. Sukses Mak Sajid, Mbak Wika.
Gambarannya itu Prof, kalau kita mau kalibrasi termometer, pada saat itu beli termometer itu kan harganya 5.000 10.000. Kalibrasinya si liter itu ya 35.000. Ini dari ngitung ke seluruh